Let's create one table. I'm creating a table over here. New table. Let's suppose name of my table is EMP underscore data. That will be one column. We will create ID, int, primary key, not null. AI basically stands for auto increment. This will be primary key. Another will be employee name, EMP underscore name. Third, I think we will be creating EMP underscore email. Yes, email will be unique key. So mark unique as this. Next, I think next will be age. Will be not null. And yes, MPH. Okay. And I can apply. This is the code of creating a table. Can copy this code. I'll save this code. Finish. So you can see one table is already created over here. So yes, if you want to create a table, you can create a table. If you have already, I already have some tables. Like I'm opening this database. What is happening? Just a second. is getting off each time. See, this is the tables which I already have. ID, email, username, password, and all those things. Okay. So what we can do, we can fetch these details from the database directly with the help of Java code. So yes, we'll do that only. Okay. So for that, we need to do database connectivity, for which we require a driver. So for that, first, what I am doing is I'm adding a jar, add external jar. That is MySQL connector.jar. Apply and close. So we have to include one jar file. So I have included MySQL connector.jar. Okay. You can easily get this file of jar file on internet. So what I'm doing is now create a new class, that is is connectivity. So yes, what I am doing over here is I am, because currently we will be using the SQL. So for that we'll be importing java.sql dot, because first we'll create the connection. So for that I'll be requiring driver manager, import java.sql dot connection, because we'll be using connection again. I'm just using two classes currently because these classes will be in our use. So I am creating another function. So that is public void fetch data. So yes, with the help of fetch data, we can fetch data is the name of the function. So this will help us try and catch, because exception E. So first, what we need to do the thing, we need to load the driver. So for loading the driver, we will be using class dot for name is a function, and the details of the driver is the driver which we have already loaded, that is form dot mysql dot jdbc dot driver. It is case sensitive and you have to write it as it is. So this step is loading the driver. You load the driver. And in another step, what we have to do, we have to establish a connection. Okay, and for establishing the connection, we'll be using connection. Declare any variable like on driver manager dot get connection. In this get connection function, basically there are three things are there. Okay, so currently I am just giving three things. Three string values we need to pass. What is the first string value? First string value will be the URL. Okay. Second string value will be the username. Currently, I am writing USR. And third string value will be the connectivity of the database password. Okay, so we need to pass these three things over here. One will be URL. Second one will be your username. Third one will be your PWD. Okay, just remember the sequence. And now comes the main thing which is come over here, how to create a URL. So URL is the most important thing when we talk about database connectivity. Okay, because this URL will give you the whole connectivity because we are connecting with SQL. So there is fixed format, okay, of generating a URL. So to generate a URL, what we need to do is first because what we are doing, we are using JDBC. So just write JDBC colon. What we are doing, we are connecting with MySQL colon MySQL. Now comes the main thing. What is our location? The location is local host colon. And what is the port number of the service which we are using? So basically MySQL, the default port of MySQL is 3306. If you have any doubt on this, so let me show you one thing. This service, see MySQL, what is the port on which it is running? It is running on 3306. We can change this port, we can configure this port, we can configure this port, and on which port on your system it is running, you need to write that port. Only in my system it is running on 3306 and it is the default port, right? So 3306. Okay, you have given the port. Now till here the URL of database connectivity is complete, but we are missing with the one thing. That one thing is you to which database you need to connect. In my case, the name of the database is, let's suppose, what is the name of the database? Code Unnati. It can be any. Okay, like in my case, it is Code Unnati. So I am writing over here slash. Please check the spelling twice, that whether this spelling must match with the spelling of the database, whether it is matched or not. Yes, it is matched. So here the spelling of the Code Unnati is this. Here the spelling of the Code Unnati is this. So this completes our URL. So our URL consists of three things. That is location or then database name. Plus, before this, we need to load the details of the driver. That is JDBC MySQL. Or what you can give as connection type. Or not connection type. If you can give as DB type, because this changes database to database. Let's suppose if you connect with MongoDB or any other database. So this will change. Okay. Okay. So this is our URL is complete. In our case, what is the one user is default created in our database, that is root. And in my case, the password is blank. So I am writing over here as blank. So these three things which is required in the URL, and I'll be using these three things. Okay. After my connection got established, another thing is because I need to establish a connection, but after establishing the connection, I need to execute the set of statement or execute my queries or execute anything else. For that, I need to import one more class. Import java.sql dot, or I will show you one thing as well. One more thing. Just give me a moment. That is a statement class. So what I am writing over here is statement stmt equals to con. What is con? Con was the object. Con dot create statement. Okay. Con dot create statement. It will give here error. Okay. Why it is giving an error? It is giving an error because the statement is not imported over here. So what I am doing is I am see now the here this is not that statement. That is the JDBC statement. SQL statement. So we need to store SQL statement. Just SQL. Okay. Now I think it is fine. Okay. Because now the statement we can state now statement object is there. Now we'll use this statement object to execute our query, but we don't have any query. So we'll write a query stmt dot execute. Query is a function. Okay. Let's suppose I am writing select star from what is the name of our table in our case? In our case, the name of the table is users. Okay. But you check because this will execute the query. But what I want is I want the result of the query as well. So the result of see the type of the thing which this object returns. This will return the result set. Result set rs equals to. Again, this result set is not imported. So what we have to do, we have to just import result set. This result set is imported. Okay. Now result is there, but what do I do with this result? I wanted to print this result by. Okay. So while printing that result, what I am trying to get is while rs dot not has next. It is a function which is known as next. Okay. So while rs dot next, I am writing over here system dot out dot println. Okay, so now with the help of this database connectivity, we have fetched our data. Okay, now we don't want the connection to be there. So, or what you can do, you have already learned about, you directly can do over here as well. Dot close, or if you want this statement to be executed properly, so don't do it here. Okay, because con is declared inside, that is why it is giving an error. So it is declared inside try block. So we need to do it here only. Either we will declare outside try block, then it will come automatically come here. Scope of block won't be there. Okay. So yes, now let's go to our main class. Okay. Okay. Database connectivity is our class. I am creating the object equals to new database connectivity dot fetch data. See, okay. Here the details is coming. All the details are there. Let's suppose I go up and I'll check. Check any one of the record 1590. See 1590. This is the email. This is the name. Okay. You can check. This is the email and this is the name. Because the data is very huge. So it is coming is like this. So I hope, is there any issues? I'll be back within a moment. Just a second. So does anyone has any doubts, any problem, any issues? Please let me know. And if not, kindly confirm so that we can go ahead. No doubts. Okay. Thank you. I got the confirmation from one of the teachers and yes. Okay. Thank you. So yes, this basically we can do uh, there are multiple functions over here which we can use. We can change our query, we can insert the data, and there is no such new thing to insert or update. There is just another function which we can use, that is what I'm doing, update data. You can like update, you can also insert the data. You need to just change the query. So let's take example where ID equals to 1. Okay, like admin@cu.com. Like I am telling admin at, so this is the username. I am telling teachers@cu.com. Now I am changing this email. Okay. So in this case, we won't fetch any data. We will update the data, right? Don't use execute query. We'll use execute update. Update users set. Just a second. Set email equals to teachers at fdp.com, where id equals to int you can do it like this only. So update data instead of fetch, you can call update data. See, email has been changed. Teachers at fdp.com. Yes, we can do it like that. Means we can do the things like how we can set the things, that is totally up to us. Okay. So all the things can be done very easily when we talk about database connectivity and all. And this database connectivity is same used in advanced Java. So if you guys have no doubt, we can move to advanced Java now.
Yes, sir.
Somebody wants to say something? No, I think we are good. Let's move to advanced Java now. Okay. So this will end our core Java, and I hope there is no such doubts are left. If you have any, you can just reach out to me anytime after your FDP as well. So no issues in that. So yes, this is over now, and now we can move to the concept of advanced Java. So yes, for advanced Java again, because from the starting only we are using the Eclipse. So in Eclipse only we can use the development. We can do the development of the advanced Java. Maven basically we use for Spring, Hibernate, Spring Boot projects. But when we talk about only advanced Java, we can go for dynamic web project. I'll do the renaming of the project FDP day 4. Okay, use default location. This will use my default location. What is the server which we are using? Apache Tomcat. And what is Apache Tomcat? Apache Tomcat is a virtual server, which basically it is installed in my system. So yes, I'll be using that and go to click on next. SRC main Java. Click on next. See, generate web.xml. What is web.xml? Web.xml is a deployment descriptor. What is deployment descriptor? Deployment descriptor is a file basically which give us the detailed information about which what you can say, which what is there in the welcome file list, what is servlet mapping, all those things are here in the deployment descriptor. Okay, URL patterns, all those things. Okay, so then click on finish. I think it will installing the concept. FDP day 4 is created. Here is FDP day 4. So yes. So first what I want you to check the structure of the project. So basically, see, this is the basic structure of the project. Okay. Deployment descriptor, Java resources, SRC main Java. In SRC, again in main, you will get the web apps. In the web apps folder, you will be getting this web.xml. In the web app only, you will create new JSP file. So what I'm doing is I'm writing over here, my file is index.jsp. Next, finish. So this is the default file. Now, when you go to DPDev for run as, it won't run like a Java application. It will run always run on server. You need to configure the server. That is, I have already configured it. That is Apache Tomcat. Then you will go to next. Okay, this is FDP day 4 configured. Finish. Click on finish. Server will start, will end. Yes. Page is coming blank. Why the page is coming blank? Page is coming blank just because we haven't written write it over here anything. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm writing our first thing over here. This is my first JSP page. Got that? Okay. So when we talk about JSP, what is JSP? JSP is Java Server Pages. It is the combination of HTML, which you have already learned, plus Java. Now the point arises, sir, you are telling it is the combination of HTML and Java, and you are writing only HTML portion over here. We can use Java also. You have seen the tag we have included. Hello, am I audible? Uma, am I audible properly? Am I audible properly?
Yes, Siddharth
Am I audible?
is audible. Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, is my screen visible, up and running properly?
Yes, it is working. I can see.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the confirmation. So here I am telling you it is the combination of HTML and Java. And on the other hand, sir, you are telling only the H1, which we have already discussed in the HTML part. And here it is not. Oh, yes. Will integrate Java also inside it. How? Like, here automatically we have imported in the page import, that is java.util.date, and here new date is coming. I'm refreshing the page. Oh, one tag is see, you can check the date. Friday, 8 September. Just one extra tag is coming. Let me check how that extra tag appears in our, see, it's our mistake. So basically, when you please note two things. Okay. When we talk about using the comment over here, when we talk about JSP, JSP is Java inside HTML. I will give you the one more. I'll make you understand one more thing, that is servlet. Just remember the one statement for the servlet is HTML inside Java programming. You can do anything when you talk about in GSP page. Anything means anything. Like we do in our Java program, let's create a variable, display the values of the variable and all those things. I'm doing that only. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a variable. Let's suppose string name, or I'm creating an array string arr equals to Peter Paul Wilson. Okay, this is the array which we have created it. Okay, now what I'm doing is I'm just simply displaying the value of this array. So to display the value of this array, we have two methods. Okay, I will start with the method one. Okay, I'm doing HR over here. HR is horizontal rule. You have previously learned in the HTML. So method number one is again use the Java tags. Okay, again use for string k colon arr. In the core Java, you have learned system.out.println. Here, out is again the object of print. This class, print writer class. So out, you can directly use out.println. Let's suppose h3 plus h3 plus k. Okay. What is k? K here we have used the loop and we have used this is one methodology. What we are doing is I am running this code again. I think you can check the output. Do you guys have any doubt? This is the method one, which I am talking about. Again, another thing is what we can do over here is now, as I have told one thing about JSP, that JSP is Java inside HTML, right? So don't use these kind of a thing. Don't write HTML inside Java. Don't try to write HTML inside Java programming. Or what you can do is wherever the Java code is there, just just a second. Wherever the Java code is there for ring string a colon ARR. This is Java code, right? Starting is Java. Ending is Java. Okay. But wherever the concept of HTML is there, write it like directly. Okay. So I am writing S3. Now again the point arises, but we need to fetch the value of Java programming over here. You can fetch now directly. You can fetch equal to K. See. So wherever the Java is required, you have written in the tag, but wherever the HTML is required, you have mingled it inside Java. So basically the real role of JSP is this only. You can create a form as well. You can go from one page to another page, and you can do it like that also. So what I am doing is now I am creating another page. Oh, first of all, any doubt till this point? I am assuming you guys, teachers, you have no doubts, right? I am moving forward. form.jsp. So that this another new file I have created, form.jsp. Very basic form I am creating because you guys already have learned the form action equals to data.jsp. I'm creating a very basic form. Okay. So input type equals to text. This name is very important. I am writing name equals to txt name. Please remember this name. Okay. This name is very important. I'll let you know why it is important, how it is important. Writing name. I'm not using HR and all those things. It will come in a single line. txt age. Okay. txt age is here. And I'm creating a input type submit button. Input type equals to submit value equals to value equals to sorry, basic form name age this. Remember two things. One is data.jsp. Okay, we haven't created data.jsp. I just wanted to show you error. Okay, let's run this file. Name age simple submit. Simple form is there. Okay. So in name, I am writing Q is S. In age, I am writing 11. In submit, there is an error. Why it is an error? It is an error 404. What is 404? That is page not found. And yes, because there is no page named as data.jsp. Okay, remember, I have told you I wanted to show you an error. Okay, because data.jsp is not there. Now what I'll do? Again, right click. JSP page. Simple create a file data.jsp. Finish. Now this is the JSP page. Is the data JSP page. Okay. But this is not our motto, right? Again, I am running this form. Okay. I've refreshed it. Age 11. See, value is coming, but again, this was not our motto to get the value. My motto was to fetch the value of that thing, okay, which was written in the box. So what we will do over here, go to data.jsp page, simply write, because those are Java values, right? Name. Requests dot get parameter. I have told you one thing. Kindly remember the name of this thing. If you have remember this, we'll be using this in request.get parameter. Okay. Now go to the form again, run this form. James 11. So I need to change this static text, that is age. It will change to age. Just copied over here. I think that solve your issue. You can use JavaScript, you can use jQuery, you wanted to use anything over here, you can use on this pages, whether they are JSP page or whether they are a normal page. You can do the database connectivity over here as well. If you wanted to check it out, let me also give you an example of database connectivity in JSP page. Someone wants to tell anything? Anybody wants to? Yes, Dr. NC. Okay. We can do the database connectivity also over here. Just remember the code, what code we have written. I think you guys are already aware about the code which we have written. This code. Same code we'll use over here as well. Same. Okay. So let me give you an example of JSP with database connectivity so that it will really sort us out. New JSP page. Database connectivity dot JSP. See, there are multiple things which cannot be covered because we will be for connection, we'll create a single file, then we'll use to import all those things. So that cannot be covered because due to just shortage of time. But yes, there are multiple things. We we don't used to write each time this much code. We create a common file. We always import that file. Okay. I wanted to give you an example of one more thing. There is no code of database connectivity. I just wanted to show you one thing. At the rate include file. Let's suppose I am writing the file as index.jsp. So when I will run this file now, it will because this file currently has no code. So I can demonstrate you this thing. It will run the index file because I've included that file. Any issues? You can check. This is not index file is running. This is running database connectivity.jsp. Okay. So yes, we can use the include as well. Now what I can do is I can quickly show you the database connectivity in this advanced Java as well. Yes. Mm. So it means all the classes. Just for the safety side, I'm using this. It is the same code which we have done. So what I am doing over here is in while loop out dot uh, these things. Mm. Table. We'll start a table. Okay. T H E R. Another row. It is displaying like this. Okay, I need to data is come, but I need to This is the database of data. And if you remember, we have changed this thing. Any doubt? Any issues? We can insert the data, we can update the data from the advanced from the database concepts as well. I mean, we can do all the operations of database with the advanced Java as well. And if you can check, I have used the same code. I haven't changed a single line except system.out.println. Instead of it, I have used only out.println. And please remember what is out. Out is the object of print writer. This code we have created in the morning, and I have used the same code in front of you. I've reused the same code in advanced Java. Any issues, any challenges, anything which you wanted to add, which you wanted to highlight? Anyone?
I
Okay.
think someone said it is clear. There is no doubt. So we can
Okay.
continue with the next.
Yes, we can continue with servlet as well now.
If we want to change some other databases in place of MySQL,
Yes, we can do that. For that, we need to select the driver. We need to search for the driver. Okay. It's
okay,
not it is not necessary that always there will be a same driver. We need to change the driver according to the database. Let's suppose if we're working on the Postgres, or if we'll work on the MongoDB, or if we work on some other databases as per our
yeah,
requirement, we need to change the driver. And without driver, we cannot do it anything. The jar file which I have shown to you, that jar
yes,
file is openly available. If you
okay.
wanted to,
For
I can.
for any other database also.
Sir,
Only a single statement. Only we have a single statement. We have to change that.
yes, only no. Yes, that single statement. This single statement we have to change.
That
This
type
just
JDBC colon MySQL is there in place
yes.
of
This we need to change.
okay. That's okay.
This we need to change. So and all the drivers are freely available. Let's suppose I can give you an example. Java connector for MongoDB. So these are the MongoDB Java drivers. You can go and here is the API also, how to use those things. And these are the details of the driver. You can get each and everything which is related to the API, how to connect to MongoDB.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Mongo client.create. So this is an example. You will find each and everything. See, if you can allow me a minute, I wanted to show you something. This one.
Let's take one example like so that it will be all clear.
Yes, this thing. So basically, I am copy pasting this thing in the chat. So basically, this is connection string for MongoDB. I need to check means again, this is for MongoDB, but let's suppose if you now wanted to connect to SQL server, that will be changed again. Not MySQL, SQL server. So it totally depends upon the drivers and all those things.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay. Sir, anything you wanted to add? Dr. Puneet? Please go ahead, sir. Oh, definitely, sir. You will get all these data. I'll share with Uma. Uma, I'll share these two projects with you. You please
Okay.
circulate between all the faculties.
Sure. Faculties, don't worry. Before the last day, okay, you will be getting all those whatever. If example, the additional example is given, we'll be sharing it with you. And if you need anything after 5 days of FDP also, you can ask it in the WhatsApp group also. We'll be available. Okay. Sure,
No
Siddharth, I
issues,
will
sir.
share it with you.
Okay, okay, okay. I'll share with you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes. As now, because this part is almost now over, because the see, I have given you very limited topics, because when we talk about only advanced Java, it will take more than 6 months or to learn this concept of JSP and all those things. So I've given you the limited example. So with the limited example of JSP, let's move forward with a limited example of servlet. Also, I'll give you the hands-on of some hands-on of servlet as well, because these are the specific technologies which somebody wants to learn. They have to dedicate their time. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So basically, the super class of servlet is HTTP servlet class. So we will be create our servlet. So let's suppose if you want to create a package also, you can create our own package. My dot TSP dot ser dot demo. Okay. Class name. Let's suppose I am doing my servlet. My servlet will be extends HTTP servlet. Okay. Next thing will be a very important thing. Okay. This is the URL pattern, URL mapping of the thing. Okay. If you want to give any initial parameter, you can give the init param, initial parameter. Okay. If you don't want to give any init param, so init param is very important thing, which is there. So I'll show you the init param example if there is the time in servlet. Okay, so first I'll create a basic servlet. Okay, so they are asking me to create do get, do post, do delete. See, there are multiple methods, so you can create do get and do post and just finish this off. So my servlet is now ready. So this is the first example of the servlet. Okay, basic servlet is there. So our servlet extends from HTTP servlet. Okay, kindly remember this thing, HTTP servlet. Okay, HTTP servlet is the parent class uh, of our servlet, the servlet which we create. Okay, and yes, this is the auto generated method. That is, one is do post, another one is do get. Okay, so basically this is response.get writer, and it will not work like that. I need to edit this thing. Response.get writer dot append. It will just give you one simple message. Okay, uh, let's suppose I'll run this. I'll run this servlet first. Then only I think you can understand. See what this is giving us. This is giving us this example. This is the default message of Eclipse, which is there. So we don't have to use it like this. We'll write the whole Java code, because for servlet, I have told you one thing, that what is servlet is. Servlet is HTML inside a Java programming. Okay, so kindly remember this, these things, that it is HTML inside Java programming, and if it is HTML inside Java programming, we have to do the HTML programming. Okay, so for that, what we'll do, we'll start now. Okay, so this is the first output which you guys have shown. Now let me go back to the servlet again. This is our servlet. Okay, as I have already told you, that when you talk about writer, we have the object of print writer. So what I'll do is, over here, these are the basic things which are already imported. I'll import one more thing, that is import java dot io, not star. Be specific to the class, as it will help you. Print writer. Okay, so basically print writer is the class which has the object. So I'm commenting this line. Okay, so print writer, I've already imported print writer. PW equals to, because we won't create a new object. We will use the existing object, and existing object is response. And what is response? Response is the object of HTTP servlet response. Okay, you can check response dot get writer. It will give you the power to write on the web. Okay, so again, now I am writing out dot print or println, whatever we want to use, h1 is from the servlet. I think you must get this point. So the object of servlet is really very important. It is very important to create the object of the servlet and all those things, because see, uh, it is not like that we use only servlet and all those things. And yes, the if we want the object to be used, so we will use this. Okay, okay. Now I wanted to show you one thing, because it is not only servlet, it is not only this class which is there for you. Okay, I am opening one more thing which is known as deployment descriptor. What is deployment descriptor is web.xml. It will display it from here. It is in web.inf folder, web.inf web.xml. So see, every servlet has two things. One is servlet, another one is servlet mapping. Okay. So you can use it like this, that description is the thing servlet name and servlet class, which is really very important. Okay, here also servlet name is very important and URL pattern is very important. So URL pattern is the pattern which you can view on the browser. On the browser means here, this end, this my servlet slash my servlet is the URL pattern. Okay, so in our case, this is the URL pattern and all those things. So this file is really very important. So the unnecessary things, if you want to remove, you can remove, like display name and all those things. You can remove it. Okay, but the major thing is, but the majority of the servlet name is important. Servlet class is important. Another thing which is there is, I think you can, I will show you here only that servlet name, servlet class. Another one is, it is not necessary init param. Okay. What is init param? Init param is initialization parameter. Okay. If you wanted to give some initialization parameter, you can give it over here. Okay. In init param, there are two things, that is, one is param name, another one is param value. Okay, let's suppose in the param name I am it just act like a variable name. So I am writing here details, and here I am using add unit FDP TSP program. So what is the param name? What is the name of the parameter? Details. And what is the value of the this is the means this is the variable value. Okay, this is basically very important. So now I'll open the servlet again. When you will run this, now another question will arise over here. Okay, you have given the that initialization parameter and all those things, but why it is not displaying over here? It won't automatically display over here. If you want, we can use and it will be displayed over here. And how it can be done? It can be done using one thing, that is, just a second. Let me open the thing. Okay, so before this, there is one predefined object as well, config. It always be used in init. If you don't want to use it in init. Get servlet config dot get init parameter. Okay, what is the name which we have written over there in web.xml? Details. Let's go to web.servlet, write details over here. String value equals to this response dot get writer. In this statement only, I'll concat the value. Hmm, value. It's saving this thing. Okay. I'm running the servlet again. And what is this? This is the value. So there are multiple things. There are application scope. There are n number of things in the servlet also. Okay, which we will be using it, and there are multiple things which are used in the servlet inside it. Same code of database connectivity is also there in the servlet as well. We can use the same connectivity, same code, same connectivity to implement in the servlet. If you want, I can do that as well. Just give me a moment. Let me open creating a new servlet. I'll give you another example like now with the help of this database servlet, database servlet. And in the initial parameter, what I am using is name as DB connection. Value will be DB connection. I have written without value. Okay, currently one init param will be there, but without value. Okay, I'm finishing this thing. Okay, so once I'll go to web.xml. Once I'll go to web.xml, I think this file is already saved. So details are there. Another servlet which we have created is DB connection. Okay, DB connection variable is there. Okay, but no parameter value is there. So what I'll do, I will pass this value in initialization parameter. First, without database connectivity, fetch the initialization parameter, whether it is coming properly or not. So for that, what we need to do, we need to just copy this code. Come over here. Just paste this code over here. Get not here this time, not uh, the same DB connection. What have forgot the name? DB connection. Okay. Just use the out object. Print writer out equals to response.getWriter. There will be an error because we haven't imported it. What we need to do, we need to import a class. It is import java.printwriter.io. Another thing what we need to do is out.println. Just print value. Okay, so that you are confident that the database connectivity which we are doing is fine. Okay, so what I am doing is I'm running this database servlet. There is no code of database until now except the host. Okay, the URL is coming properly. If the URL is coming properly, what we can do is now we can go to our code again. We can go to the database connectivity.jsp code. We'll just copy this code as it is. I'm copying this code. Again, I'm pasting the same code which I have used in core Java, same code which I have used in servlet, same code I'll copy it over here. Okay. Initially, it will give me an error. Catch exception E. Okay. All the things are properly imported. Let me check again whether the things are correct or not. Yes, they are. But the things which are not correct, that is out dot print ln slash table. I have closed the table. Sort of URL we will be using value as value is there. Okay, and out dot println table. Border equals to see. Headers are not coming because we haven't given that TS thing. But yes, still the database, the data is fetched from the database. Any issue still here? I think Uma, over to you. If there are no issues, you can go ahead with the React part.
Okay, Siddharth. Give me 1 minute. Let me share this. Thank you. I hope my screen is visible to everyone. Yes or no? My voice is audible. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Brindama. Okay. So let me, before starting the session, let me tell the recap and what is the plan for today. So the last 3 days we were seeing about some topics, right? So we have completed HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Bootstrap, and jQuery, Java. Today we have completed JSP Servlet, and also the Siddharth sir have created a database using MySQL Workbench. So these are the concepts we have completed so far. So in the fourth day, we are going to see about React.js and how we can host the simple web page using this Git and GitHub. Because why we are, it is not mandatory to learn this, but in industry, the developers are using and GitHub. So it is good. It is good to know about these things. And next is cloud computing. We'll see the basics of what is cloud computing. And tomorrow scenario is like this. What is design thinking? It will be the morning session. And then how to work with any one of the cloud computing platform. So we'll take the real time experience on it, and we'll see some pedagogical tools. So these are the things we are going to see. And on the day, I forgot to give you this assignment. So actually, I have created the assignment for 4 days. So previous 2 days have given for assignment 3. So you can do it today. Um, so work on the jewelry shopping site using a jQuery. Okay. And how the output should be is like this. So using the jQuery, we need to create a page. Okay. So how we can add the cart and how we can increase the values like that. And the footers and the accessories, how we can display it. So like this, we need to create a pages using jQuery. And today, after teaching the React.js, you can create a simple template. 1 minute. Sorry for the disturbance. Okay. So and then that is one more assignment, like to create a portfolio using React.js. So now we'll let get into the topic. So what is React.js and why we need to go for a React.js? Any idea? So what is React.js first? I hope some of them aware about what is React.js. So what is React.js? Any idea? So I can also give you some clue. It is a framework or library. No? Okay, so let's see. So what it is. I create one new slide. So we'll see line by line. So what is React.js and why we are going for it, and simple examples using that. Okay. So first we'll see what is React.js. So actually, this is a flexible. We can say this word. It's a flexible JS library for building reusable UI components. UI components in the sense user interface components. If example, I'm trying to create some navigation part. Okay. So navigation or header or footer, whatever. So what we will do, we'll be creating as a whole. But here in the React.js, what we will do is for each and everything, if it is a navigation, so we'll create one component. And again, if it is a footer, again we'll create a component. And then if example I have a header, then again I will create a component. So like this, for each and everything we'll create a components. So what they are saying is it is a flexible JavaScript library, and for building reusable UI components. Okay. So this is the first point. I can tell you. So this may be a new word for you, like what is components. I told you each and every things will be calculated as a component. Example, I can draw some image. So let's take. So this is my website, okay, and then okay, this is my header. Okay, if this is my header, so this will created using a component. So there is some concept we have in React.js that is called as a component. So that using that concept only we'll be able to create a pages. Okay, I hope everyone is clear what is components. So next is, if example, you can ask me whether it is open source or I need to pay for this. Actually, it is a open source platform. If you don't want to pay for anything, you can directly get it from online. So that it is very simple. And this was initialized. So who developed this? So this is actually developed by Facebook. And also later, it is used by some products called WhatsApp. So WhatsApp also using this React.js platform, and Instagram, you're also using this React.js library for their development. Clear? So I hope everyone understood. So what is React.js and why we are going for it. And now we'll just understand so why we use this React.js. Why we need to go for this React.js. Is there any specification? I have many libraries. If you go and search for JavaScript libraries, already we have gone through this jQuery. Then why we need to learn about this React.js, right? So we have that question mark. So then we'll get some ideas of why we need to go. So first one is this, if you are creating a UI interface with a components, okay, using a components, then what happens? It improves a speed of the app. Sometimes your application, if it is a large application, okay, it may be a game application or whatever it may be. If you can take Instagram, so in Instagram we are getting instantly getting images, right? So that time the speed may get reduced if your whatever the libraries or framework you're using, if it is not quite good. So here in the React.js, each and everything is in a component. Then what happens? The speed of the app is improved. And next concept is virtual DOM. So this is the only reason why in the market they are using a React.js. We have the other libraries and frameworks also, like Angular is there, and we have something called as a Vue.js. There are so many things are there, but still in a market the React.js in the top. Why? Because we already know what is DOM. So DOM is document object model. So each and every element will be viewing as a document. So sorry, object. So in the case, what happens? So each and every element will occupy the memory, right? So in the real DOM, we can say, in a real time, what happened? So each and every objects will take a memory. So by this, finally what happens? There will be a memory storage will be increased. So to avoid this, in a React.js, they are using a virtual DOM. So here, the memory space will get reduced because it will create only the virtual DOM. It is not going to be the physically present. It's just a virtual DOM. Okay. So it is so faster than the real DOM. Okay. So next, so these are the some two important benefits why we are going for this React.js. And next we'll see what are the prerequisite. So what is the prerequisite to use this? So the prerequisite is nothing but you should know HTML and CSS and JS. We already know this. Okay. So these concepts you should know. So that is the prerequisite for this React.js. And then, so why we understood why we use React.js, then we understand so why we can go for this React.js. So now, to learn this, what are the important tools and technologies I need to learn? Okay, so tools is nothing but I'm going to use Visual Studio Code. Okay, so tools is just nothing but Visual Studio Code. And also one more thing, if you want to work with this React.js, we need a runtime environment. So it should run on one particular platform, right? For that, we need a Node.js should be installed on our system. And then we need to know what is npm. So npm is a Node Package Manager. Okay. So we'll see one by one how to install this and the tools and everything. So I hope till this everyone is clear. Library for UI. No need to refresh the page directly. It is reflected on the page. Yes, exactly. Okay. So these are the 3 points I can give. So the next is, let me know some features about this React.js, which is needed. Okay. So now, so I already told you we need to install Node.js. So where we can install from? So let me open Node.js download. So this is the link. So here you need to download this particular version because this is a current one. It will get updating all the time. So it is like a testing version, we can say. So you can download this 18.17.1 LTS. If you are going to develop something on this, then you can go for this current version. Because this is an open source, everyone can give an idea about a development. So that is a reason. So if you want to use any development things, you can click on this and work on it. So this is very simple step. Let me show you the steps. So how to work with this Node.js. Because I already installed on my PC. So I'm trying to showcase. Yeah, this is. So here is a link. Okay. So here they have mentioned like current. You can click on this LTS. Okay. So after selecting on this LTS, so it is automatically getting downloaded. Actually, I already have it on my system. I don't want to download it again. Okay, just keep it. So here you can choose which particular, the OS you're using. So if it is a Linux distribution or Mac OS, or it may be a Windows. So mostly everyone prefer to use Windows, and some may like other Linux distribution like Ubuntu or something like that. So check which is suitable for your system. Then you can click on that. Okay. So mostly click on this MSI. So if you click on this MSI, it is automatically get installed. If you are clicking this zip file, it will be a folder. Then you have to choose the MSI that is executable file. And next to this, it is a very simple process. You have to click on next, and you should click on accept. So once you've done this, it get installed on your PC. So this is the steps. You need to click on next. Okay. And finally, you can check whether my things is installed on my PC. So how we can check? Node-version. So you can see I have installed 18.13.0 version. Okay, clear? So now, we understood how to install the runtime environment on my PC. Clear? So next is the tools which we are going to use. The next is NPM. So what is called NPM? Why we need to learn about it? Let me tell you. So NPM. So this is called as a node package manager. So here we'll be having a set of packages which is used for our executing things in React.js. It is a it will have a n number of files. So if I type a React package to be installed on my PC, then I click on this, click on select search, click on this React. You can see how it has been installed on your PC. It is the installation is through the terminals. We'll be installing through the terminals. Okay. So let's see one a simple example. Before that, okay. So let me explain you. Let me create one folder, empty folder. Let me create here. Okay. So you can create a folder like this. Once you have done, just go and click on open folder. So I think PPT and this file. Okay. Just click on this select folder. As you can see now, there is no file which is listed under this simple React.js. But now go here and select new terminal. Once you've done this, here you need to make a code. So how we can do this? So we need to create a that is application. So npx create. Before going this, I want to tell you about one important thing that is called as a CRA tool. So what is CRA tool? It is nothing but create React app. So why we need to use this tool? Why? Because example in this application we need multiple packages. So I'll tell you one or two packages now. So if you go to the node package manager, first I need this that is React to make what? Creating a user interface. I need this React. So what I will do, I'll just select here and I will install this on my project. So if we go and check, it is installed. That is React got installed. Now I need one more package that is called as React DOM on my that is a React program. So again, I will go here and I will just copy this. This React DOM is again for what? It actually serves as an entry point to the DOM and server renders for the React. So there are different purpose we have. So I'm just copy and paste it here. This is another package. So it is taking uh, some time to complete this. Again, it takes some 3 seconds to complete. And I want a webpack. Okay, this is the package. I'm just clicking on this webpack. So actually this webpack, what it will do is, it will make all the JavaScript file into a single file. Once again. Sorry. Actually, if you see in the webpack, yeah. So in this webpack, it helps, different JavaScript files. It will take the different JavaScript file to combine together, and it will load first. Okay, without any tension. So and also it makes the code shorter. So let me show you one sample image how it will work in React. Okay, we can take this image. See here, there are multiple files we have .png, .less and .js. Everything will be combined together, and it will combine all the JavaScript file to a one particular package, and the another .png files to be the another file, and like this it will be making together. So this is how it will be working. Okay, and the next thing is, okay, again I need this file. So what I can do, I will go here and I will just copy this file and I paste it in this place. So again, it will take some time to complete. So it goes on like this. And I will tell you about one more package, which is very, very important. That is called as a Babel. Click on search. And if I click on this Babel, so this Babel is nothing but, it is again, it will translate. So in normally, if you see in the React JS, it will not, the code will not be in a JavaScript type. So it is like a JSX format. So what it will do is it would convert, or it will be like a a transpiler or a compiler used to convert one source code to the other. Example, if the code it compiles React JSX, or we can say it as a ES6 to ES5 JavaScript, so which can run on all the modern browser. So again, I need this file. So what I will do, I will just copy this and I will paste it here. So what happens, it is taking such a long time, am I right? So here they have introduced one particular file. It is called as a create React app. So this is a create React app. Okay. So now again, I will create. So actually, why we are going for this create React app tool is we need to install all the packages, separately. So it will take such a long time. So I will create one new file here, new folder. So here I will create a new application. So get into this open folder, click on this. Okay. So now go to the terminal. So here I'm going to use that code. So npx create React app, and the application name is, I'm going to give some simple app. Okay, this is my application name. Okay, I can give some other name. Npx create React app application. So it is installing the packages. You can see there are a list of things are installing. See here, React DOM with React scripts. There are so many. I will show you. So here you can see the application CRA tool has been created. Inside this, we have only one file. So after installation, you can see there will be the multiple folders will be there. So it is taking some 1 or 2 minutes to complete this process. Then we'll see what are the different files we have. Okay. So it is installed, all the packages inside this particular folder. You can see like there are 1,522 packages and 245 packages are installed within a minute. So that is the reason we are using this this formula, or we can say like a syntax for the installation. So npx and create react app is a tool, and what is the file name, the app name you're going to give. And after completing this, you need to change the directory. Actually, we are in this directory. We are going to function it using the whatever we have created now. We need to move to that directory. So it itself showing the suggestion. So cd application. After this, you can run the application npm start. So this is the simple output for a React.js. So how we can look into this. Okay. So next is the module. So see here, there are multiple files has been installed. So we don't know what is this and why we need to go for this particular files. So now we can see the clear explanation of these dependencies and configuration and what are the files it is installed. The first one is, it is called as a node modules. Actually, this contains a React libraries. Whatever the libraries it is necessary for the React, you can see the Babel has been installed. I didn't mention any Babel here, but it is installed using that CRA tool. And we can see the important files like React. So here we have React and the React DOM. React DOM is there and React scripts. Everything has been installed. And even you can see Webpack. So Webpack is also got installed. Okay. So this is a node modules. In this node modules folder, you will be finding a list of libraries which is needed for the React. Okay. And next one is this public. Public is nothing but it holds, we can say like public assets of application. Whatever it is necessary, the assets is necessary for this application, it will inside this app, that is public. Fav icons, it is just an image and index.html. And if this index.html actually it contains, so it will as the React will mount the application by default using, so the React application will mount using this code. So this is a simple code for the React. Okay, so the basic formats of HTML. Using this only, the React will mount the application. So, and other than it is a logo kind of things will be there. And this is a robots.txt file. So next is SRC file. So here, this is the main part we will work on. In this SRC folder, we'll be having app.css file, and whatever the application, the React application styles will be applied using this app.css and app.js file. It is for creating the functionalities. We will go with this app.js, and again for testing purpose app.test.js, and we have called as index.js and index CSS file. There are so many. Okay, this source file will be responsible. Sorry, this app.js file will be responsible for the output screen in the React. Whatever it is going to display, it is a only responsibility. Okay, and so what is called as the package log.jsn file. So actually it is generated automatically for any operation. Example, if I'm doing something related to the npm packages, that is npm is node package manager. If I'm modifying either the modules or the package.jsn file, everything will be reflected in this log.jsn file, but it cannot be published. It will be, we don't want to use in a real time. We can also delete this. We don't want to use this. Okay. So mostly try to delete it. That is, there are two things will be the package log.jsn and package.jsn. Now we'll see about package.jsn. It holds various metadata which is needed for the project. So it gives the information to the npm. So it is the only thing. For example, whatever, if you are trying to install some other packages in this place like a React Bootstrap or something like that, then it will be adding it inside the dependencies. Here we have dependencies, right? So see here for React, what is the version and what is React, and what is installed like React DOM. So these three are very important for our application. Clear? And the README, it is, it provides a documentation to read about the React topics. What is the will be there where we have to read it. Each and everything will be here. I hope everyone is clear till this. How to create a simple application, how to run an application using Node Package Manager, what is Node.js, and what is React.js. What are the different features we have? Everyone is clear? Can anyone tell me what is NPM? Okay, instead of NPM, can you tell me what is CRA tool and why we are going for this? What is the purpose? Can anyone tell me what is CRA tool? Okay, let me continue. If you, I think you know the answers, but you can also put it in this chat box. Okay. So lastly, I will explain you so what it is. Okay. So next we'll just see some concept about React features that is also important. Let me create one new slide. Okay, here it is called as a React features. Okay, in React features, there are different things. So first one is JSX and components and one-way binding, one-way data binding. And what is called virtual DOM. Okay, so these are the important concepts. So we'll see line by line what is a JSX. First, JSX is nothing but, it stands for JavaScript, XML, we can say. So it is nothing but it is actually, it is an XML or HTML like syntax. It is used by the React.js. So this, syntax, what happened is it processed into a JavaScript call, a call for the React frameworks. So to make it clear, I will give you one simple example. So how it will be in the real time. So in the real time, so the example is nothing but, yeah. So let me create one simple example. So if I have a div container, okay, in a HTML we can consider. So let me give some text inside this, sample text like this. Then if the JSX, how it will be converted is, this JSX file, this is actually a JSX file. So I'll be giving a class name. is equals to some text like this, and I'm closing this H1. Okay. And here I'm giving a name called text itself. So this is a JSX file. So this is a JSX file. You can ask me how it is called as a JSX file, because it is heading and the attribute is class. So in CSS, you can see that the class will be mentioned as a class only. But here you can see it is in a camel case mode, and also it is mentioned as a class name. It is not just one year class, it is a class name, the attribute name is. Okay. And now how this will be converted into a React output. So in a React output, the things will be converted like this. So React dot create. So it is converting into a JavaScript, because directly in the engine, it will not, the browser engine, it will not understand the JSX. So what happened is the JSX will be converted into JS within a fraction of second. Everything will be happen in a fraction of second, and we get an output. So this will be converted into what? Create element, and here I'll be giving an element. So this is the basic syntax, and later I will give you what will be the output. Okay, so text. So this will be converted as React dot create element. So I'm going to take the element H1. So H1, comma. What is the attribute name here? I have mentioned as text. So it will be converting to text, and then what is the content here? So content is text. So like this, it will be converting. It is not a direct process. But we are writing the code in JSX for the easy understandable to merge the things. Okay. So in a HTML code itself, we can include the JavaScript file. We don't want to mention some thing called script elements. We don't want to create any script element here. We can directly give a JavaScript code within a HTML element. So how we can do this? By giving some expression. So example, if I give some examples like 1 plus 1, we'll be getting our output to be 2, because we are using within a curly brace. In React.js, if you are going to use JavaScript, then you will be using a curly braces. Okay. I hope everyone clear with the JSX concept. Yes or no? Okay, correct. Correct, Sugma sir. I hope everyone is clear about what is JSX and why we are going for it. Okay. So next we'll understand so what is component. In a component, we have two types of components. I already explained you why we go for this components, right? So can anyone tell me can anyone knows what are the different types of components we have here in React.js? Sorry, what are the different components in React.js? If yes, you can answer. Otherwise, I will explain. No problem. Okay. In React.js, application, it is actually made up of multiple components will be there. Okay, not a single component. If you're creating a application, it may be a standalone. So in that standalone applications will be, it has multiple components, and each component has its own logic and control. That is if example, how we create a function. The same way here also, in each and every component, so it has separate logic and controls. Okay, this is how it has been designed. And then these components can be reusable also, and also it helps you to maintain the code when if you're working within a large project, if you're going to work with a larger project, then it will be a good choice to use this React.js. Okay. And what is called as a one-way data binding? So what is called as one-way data binding? Let me explain you. Let me show you the picture also. One-way data binding. Um, okay, let me take this. Okay, let me take this. So what happened is one-way data binding in the real time, how they can say, let me picturize. For example, if I have a component here and here I have a view. Okay, whatever the components I've created, it is an output. We can say like a view. Okay, it's a component and here it is a view. So whatever you're changing in the component, okay, if you're changing some text or it may be a functionality, whatever, so it will be, it is reflecting in the view. And whatever you're going to make a changes in this view, it will be reflecting in the components, vice versa. Okay, in a real time, we can see. For example, I'm trying to change some text here. Instead of learn React, I'm giving as learn EduNet Foundation program courses. Like this is something I have given mentioned. So now you can check the output. So here it has been changed to what? EduNet Foundation program courses. How it happened? So here actually we have used function components. Let me tell you how to create this. Okay. So as of now, I have made a change in this component that is reflecting in my view. So this is how it will be working. And one more thing I forgot to mention you, that is called as a node mon. Is anyone have an idea about what is node mon? Node mon. Have you heard about node mon? Okay. So node mon, actually, this is the tool. If you have created an application, example, we can say I have created my navigation part and I want to make a changes in the other. Okay, but I don't want to do the replication like if I type something syntax called npm I start, then only I'll be getting an output, right? So instead of doing that repeatedly, it will automatically restarting the node application. How this will be happen? Using this npm I node bonds. You just copy this. I already installed it, so that is why it is working on my PC. So let me npm. So everything is similar. Npm is a node package manager. I is installed. And nodemon is what is the package you're going to add. For example, if you are trying to add Babel, you will be giving Babel. If it is a webpack, you will be giving a webpack. But same thing. npm I space and this one. So I'm selecting this. Okay. So I'm selecting this. It is installed. So let's see in this package.json. Here you can see the nodemon has been installed. So like this, you can check the packages while you are installing in the terminal part. Clear? So what we are saying about, okay, components. So I hope everyone understood about one-way data binding. So this is how it will be. Whatever you're changing in the components, it will be reflecting the view. So next concept is called as a virtual DOM. So we already discussed about virtual DOM, but I need to show you some images regarding this virtual DOM. Virtual DOM. Okay. So images. Okay, let's say this image. So this is DOM and this is no virtual DOM is created. Whatever you're updating, it will be virtual DOM. What happen is if you're creating some changes in any particular part, that will be reflected here. Okay, and if you're again changing something here in some other node, then that will also be reflected, and finally you will be getting a output. But everything using a it is not a physical memory, it is using a virtual memory. So that is the main difference. Okay, these are the important. If we are teaching to the students, we need to explain these features. Definitely, the interview point of view, they will ask what is JSX, what is components, what is virtual DOM, and one-way data binding. I hope everyone is clear with the basic components. So now we'll create a simple application. Okay, let me create application using a functional components. In a component, we have two types. Okay, one is called as a functional component. The other one we'll call it as a class components. So class components similar to how you will create a class in Java. The same way it will be. And the functional component is nothing but it will be similar how you create a functions in JavaScript. Okay. So first I will go with the functional components. Let's get into the terminal. I'm creating a that is CRA tool, create React app, and I will give a name as functional. So again, it will take 1 minute. Just wait. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So now I'm moving to the directory and I'm selecting functional and npm start. Okay. So now I'm going to create a functional component. So where we need to create, any idea? So where we need to create a functional components. So this is our React libraries, and this is our entry point to render the React app. And here in this app.js only, we are going to display the output. So we are going to make a change in a app.js file. Okay. So let me delete all this. So first thing is we need to import some details. The first one is a React, component from React. So how we are importing in this, Java the same way, but here we'll be using it in a different way. So here, see, I'm going to use a component. If example, I'm going to use some state kind of thing, then I will be mentioning a, that is in a hooks, there are some concepts called use state. So I'll be implementing that use state. If I'm going to use some switch router for routing application, then I will, within the curly brace, I'll be using that particular thing. Okay, so it is always same, but within the curly brace alone, we need to make a changes what we are going to do. So then here I will create a simple application using a app function app. Okay. So function, and you need to give a name as app of and const, and I'm giving a variable name to be text of a simple thing, hello world. Then finally, I will show you some real-time examples using React.js. Okay, this is a simple thing I have created. That is, I'm just created a text. So whenever you are creating a function in a React.js, functional components in a React.js, then you need to use a return keyword. Okay, so inside this return functions, we'll be giving two set of things. Example, I can give a heading or paragraph, whatever you want to give. The HTML code you will be give within this return statement. Here you need to mention semicolons. Okay. So what are the two things? The first is function keyword and function name. If you're going to create any variable, you can give, and then a return statement. Here, I'm going to create a div. So just I'll give a class name to be app. So this is my div container. So inside this, I have some heading. Let me give. So I'm going to call this text. So I already told you, inside the HTML element, if you're going to have some JavaScript code, you will be using a curly brace. Okay, I'm going to call this expression, so text. So now we'll check, is there any error? Check what happens. So default, yeah. So here we need to give one more line. Export default app. So why we need to give this is actually after creating a components, we need to export this. Okay, so this is the last after giving the functionality, we need to mention export default app. So let's see the output now. So it is printing like hello world. So this is a very simple thing how we can create a functional components using a React.js. I hope everyone is clear with functional components. Okay, so let's get into the class components, how we can create a class component. It is similar, but yes, we can see it. So let me remove this. So again, for this, what are the importing packages? Import React, comma, a component. So here also I'm going to create a component. So let me give a name as component, and then from React. Okay. So the next is how we will create a class components. In the functional components, we have mentioned as a function keyword. Here, the class components. So I'll be mentioning it as a class, as a keyword. And then my class name is app. So whenever you are creating a class application, that is component, then you need to extend using a React dot component. So this is mandatory. Okay, so it is having some functionalities of this React dot components. Here we are mentioning, we are extending using a React dot component. So after that, we have one more thing to be added. If it is a class, we need to mention a rendered method. This is also compulsory. In functional component, just a function keyword and the name, and we are using a return statement and we'll complete it. But in a class components, if you see, you need to use a extends keyword to extend the React that component. And one more thing is you need to add a render method. And after this, I'll be using a return statement. Okay, so inside this return statement, I will be adding a div container. Okay, so inside the return statement only we'll mostly add this. Kirti's Kirti, actually, if you have any doubts, you can ask me. Otherwise, please be on mute. Thank you. Okay, so inside this div container, I'm going to create two class components. Okay, so one more thing. You're creating example. If I have a class component A, and if I have a class component B, so this is my parent component. Okay, so I should keep one particular component to be a parent of the all others. So this is a child, and this gonna be a child, and this will be depend on this parent. Okay, so like this I'm going to create. So first let me create a child components. Let me close this, return this. Okay, so first is I'll create a first child component. Let me give a name as first. And I'm going to extend. Every class name should be extend using a React component, right? So here, a render method. Inside this render method, I have a return keyword. Example div. Okay, I'll just give a name. Tech-Saksham program. Okay, so this is my first child. So after completing this, let me create the another second class. Extends React dot component and render method and return keyword. Okay. Inside this, let me create a div container, and I'll just put some messages. Example, some heading, or okay, heading. Let me consider as a heading. edunetfoundation.org, and I'm adding some paragraph. FDP program for software development with cloud. Okay, so this is how we have created. So now what happened is I've created a second child class and first child class. I'm going to interacting with this parent. So how I can do that? So I would give this second. Okay. So now we'll check the output. So what happened? Okay, we need to export this finally. So export default dot app. Sorry, app. What happened? So components from React and then extends, render, return. It's not showing output. Give me 1 minute. Okay, better. So doing this. Okay, like this will be printing. So I didn't use the child and parent. Okay, instead of that, I have given the single child element, sorry, that is class components to create this. So next we'll see about the props validation. So it is almost 1 o'clock. In the meanwhile, if you have any kind of questions, you can just put it in the chat box. Okay. So let me go with the props and validation. Let me create or let me remove this. So props and validation, it is nothing but how we are going to pass the values. Example, in JavaScript, what we will do, we'll be having some arguments and we'll be passing a values, right? The same way here, using the props only, will be able to pass the values. So let's see how we can do it using this props validation. Okay. So let me create an application. So import React from React. So here I will add a prototype for what? This prop validation. So prop validation. So in the example itself, I can explain you prototype types from prop types. Okay. So these are the two things we need to add for this prop validation. So first one, let me create a class app and extends using a React dot component. Okay. So inside this, I'm going to render the values. How we can render again a return statement to import values. Example, the first one is a div container. Here I'm just giving a heading. So whatever the heading you prefer to give, just give it. Giving like welcome to EduNet Foundation. Okay, like this I've given. So after this, here I will create a table. Okay. So table. So table row. Inside the table row, I'm going to give a headings of the table. Let me give it as type. Values. Here it is valid. Okay. Like this, I've created a table heading. And next to this, again, I'm creating a table row. So table data, let me give a name to be array. Okay. And the next is, I'm just creating the table inside the div container. Later, I will tell you how the data values are passing. Okay. So here I'm going to add the JavaScript code within a table itself. How we can do this? So using this keyword, it will take that particular object to be a owner, right? So next is props. Props, what will do? It will pass the values. So what value I'm going to pass? A prop array value. Okay. So here I need to update the props array value. And again, a table data. Here, I'm going to add the JavaScript code. This dot props dot a prop array. Okay. I'm going to check whether the prop value is true or false. So true, whether the value going to get the output, whatever we are going to give, whether it is true or false. So I'm not going to give it from the user input. I directly give it in the coding itself. Okay. So this table row is over. And again, I'm going to create another table row. So let me copy this. So here, I'm going to check the booleans. Okay. So this will be changed to what? Boolean. So let me give it as like this. And then if it is, it will check. Also, let me change. So everything will be similar, but I'm going to check the array and the Boolean value. Okay. And next to this, again, one more table. Again, in this place, I'm going to get the functions. So functions, I mean, give it as a function file. Here also the same. Okay. And yeah, this is completed. And again, I need to get the output of string and numbers for everything. I'm just going to get all the details. So string. So here, let me change it to string. And here also, this is going to be a string pattern. And then number. So what I'm trying to do is I'm going to display a table with all the set of values. Okay, using by passing the values. Using this props, we are passing the values. Let me also mention this to be a prop number. Okay, so as of now, we are done with the table part. Okay, so we have done with the table part. So this is over. So now here I'm going to create a prototype for our components. Whatever the components we have created, I'm going to create a prop types for our components. Let's take, what is my component name? It is app, and I've assigned it as a prop types. So what are the types we have? We have mentioned like prop array and types dot array is required. So it is a little logic behind it. This one, let's assign some the prototype for this, all the components, not prototype, props type. Let it be a small character. So prop full of prototypes dot is required. And again, prop a function. Let me give it as capital, and then this one to be function. This is for function, so let me give it as function, and prop number, prop types dot number, and the last one is string. So prop string. So we are just equalizing or initializing this values to this prototype. Prototypes dot small character string. Okay. So now we have done this part. So that is we have created the prop type for our components. So next thing is we will create a default props for our component. So default in the sense I'm going to assign some value for all the values. We previously given this value is going to display, right? But we don't know what value we didn't give any value. So I'm directly going to give a value here, that is app prop types. And then the same thing, let me copy this and I will give a value. Sorry. Alt. Give me some 4 minutes. Let me complete this. We'll see the output. So prob array colon. I'm giving a array value to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then next to this, a prop, a boolean to be, whether it is true or false. I'm just giving it should display a true value. And a prop function. So for this, I'm giving some functionality like function. Okay, the function is going to be x and it will return the value. Previously, what is the function value we have given? 5. So that might return the some value. So x into 10. So x into the 10 means it will print the value as 50. So do you remember? I have mentioned as 5. So this will show the output. Okay. So next is prop number. So prop number, I'm just giving that to be a 1, and string is I'm giving the organization name unit. Okay, like this. It is completed. I think I have mentioned all the props. Okay, so this is done. This part is done. So there is one error. Let me export it. Now it is not displaying. Here I need to, no, I don't want to need to change any changes. There's some a semicolon or something like that error. Let me check once. There is no error, but still. Give me a minute. Okay, so after lunch break, I will execute this. There will be some semicolon or something is missing here. That is why it is not showing up. Let me check. Okay. So I think as of now, everyone is clear about what is React JS, what is component, what is virtual DOM, and one-way binding. What are the different features we have, and what is CRA tools, what is NPM, and what is Node.js. Everyone is clear with all these topics. So in the afternoon, that is 2 to 3, I will execute some real-time example using something called quiz app and some counter time. And also I will execute some more examples using a hooks to create a CRUD operation, how we can do it. And also I will help you how you can host this React application on the GitHub. How we can directly see the publication thing using a link, a single link that we can do it. And finally, if time permits, I will continue with the cloud computing topic today itself. And tomorrow I will explain you how you can work with the cloud computing platform. Clear? So I think it is almost 1:16. Faculties, thank you for your patience and support. You can take a lunch break and you can join again at 2 o'clock. So I will continue with the topics. If you face, apart from Ankit sir, anyone is facing any issue regarding LMS, you can just post it in the lunch break. And also, everyone, please, I hope everyone completed the baseline assessment. If not, please complete it. The time was expired, but I need to check again. And final assessment date is tomorrow only. And please fill the Google attendance form if you are connecting it daily. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Siddharth sir. You can also. 30 members, we'll wait for other 2 to 3 minutes and then we'll start. Okay, just wait for others. I think we can start. Let me share my screen. Actually, I got the output for that one. Sure. I hope my screen is visible for everyone.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So here, the same thing. It is props, and I'll tell you what is the difference between props and state. So let me show you the output of this. So this is the output. Like welcome to VeryNet and the type, value, and valid. So type, value, valid is a table heading we have given, an array, what is the value, and whether it is valid or not. So if you are not going to give a value, then it will be considered as a false. And again, for Boolean, what value you have given in the coding, it is true. So in the default value, we have mentioned as true. And the second is function is 50. So 5 into 10, 50, it has been displayed. And for string is edunet and the number is 1. So this is using a prob validation, how we can set a prob validation. So the next one is Sukumar sir.
Ma'am, what was the issue previously? Why it was not coming?
Sir, your voice is not audible. Could you please put a message in the chat box?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Because I can hear some background voice. Okay, so we'll see the difference between this probs and state. Then you can clearly understand. Okay, there is something called as props. Something called as a state. Okay. So what is probs and state and how we can work with this state? Okay. So here, we if we talk about the difference of this probs, actually this probs is immutable. Okay, immutable. And if example, once if you set the props, it cannot be changed. So we already know as I hope everyone is from CSC department. So if you are, then you definitely know this term called immutable. So it cannot be changed. The value cannot be changed. But if you talk about the state, it is called as an observable object. This is considered as an observable object. Can you please add a file in the LMS having all the links of resource, including all GitHub links for downloading the codes? Sir, by tomorrow, okay. So I will share you the GitHub link and everything. So what we have designed is we are trying to upload it on the LMS. So once we done it, you can see it from your end. Okay. As of now, what we will do is we will share you the straight away the GitHub link. You can refer the codes. Okay, Varma sir. So I'll be sharing the GitHub link with you by tomorrow because every code will be there. So actually for this particular program, we have created almost 150 lab exercise will be there, and take home exercise for FDP. We have created some 5 to 6 lab exercise will be there, and for take home exercise also each and everything will be having a coding, and you can also directly see the output as well in the GitHub itself. Okay, don't worry, I'll be sharing tomorrow because I need to confirm whether it has been uploaded in the LMS. Once it is done, then you can directly view it there. I may not join tomorrow due to the pre-planned travel. Oh, okay, fine. Okay, then I try to send the link by today. Okay. So it is almost I'll be sending in the WhatsApp only. LMS is the only point of contact. Yes, sure. Don't worry, sir. We are updating. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that is a good information. So because every GitHub and the coding is very important while we are explaining with the students. So don't be confused. We'll sharing you all the details in the LMS. So everything has been updated. So apart from this link, I will ask them to update. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for